Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Boris Slipkin. I'm the Northern California Regional Director for the California High-Speed Rail Authority, and I'd like to welcome you and thank you for your participation in today's virtual public hearing. Due to the complications caused by the novel coronavirus, or COVID-19, in California, the High-Speed Rail Authority has changed the format of this public hearing from an in-person public hearing to a virtual public hearing. We appreciate your patience and understanding. We're conducting this public hearing to receive your comments on the environmental analysis, alternatives, impacts, and mitigation measures presented in the San Jose to Merced Project Section Draft Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement, or Draft EIR EIS. This public hearing is being held in compliance with the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, and to facilitate the goals of the California Environmental Quality Act, also known as CEQA. Your input is very important to us and will help us continue developing the California High-Speed Rail project. Your comments will become part of the official record for the San Jose to Merced Project Section Draft Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. On with us today, we have a court reporter online to capture your verbal comments as part of the transcription of this public hearing. In addition, we have Spanish, Vietnamese, and Mandarin interpreters who will provide simultaneous translation to those languages of the comments submitted during this public hearing and can provide any person with assistance in submitting a verbal comment. You can submit your comment during the public hearing by joining the webinar online or by phone, and you should see on your screen detailed information on how to join online or to join via phone. You can also visit our website for more information at www.hsr.ca.gov. We are here to listen to your comments, but we will not respond to your comments during the public hearing. This is a formal environmental process, and our job this afternoon is to listen to and record your comments and testimony. Responses to your comments will be provided in the San Jose to Merced Project Section Final Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. Before we get started, I would like to introduce those representing the California High-Speed Rail Authority on the panel. As I mentioned, I'm Boris Slipkin. I'm the Northern California Regional Director. With me is Mark McLaughlin, who is our Director of Environmental Services, and Dan McKell, who is our NEPA Assignment Manager. At this time, I would like to introduce Joey Goldman, who is our moderator for this virtual hearing, and he will outline the protocols for today's session.
Thank you, Boris. Good afternoon. I'm Joey Goldman with Kearns & West, and I'll be serving as the moderator today. I'd like to spend a few minutes going over the protocol for commenting. Today, we are accepting verbal comments in this public hearing. Individuals who prefer to put their comments in writing may do so by mail, email, or via the comment form on the authority's website, and that's hsr.ca.gov. Anyone is welcome to watch and listen to this public hearing without making a comment. To do so, you may visit that website where you will see a link to stream this hearing, or you may visit the link directly as shown on the screen here at videossc.com/hsr. If you intend to make a comment, you will need to join our comment queue online or by phone. Online, you will see we have a Zoom hosted web meeting, and you can follow the link and participate as a commenter. To comment by phone, please dial 669-900-9128. Webinar ID is 822-5228-4338. The link to the web meeting is also available on the authority's website, hsr.ca.gov. If you would like to listen or make a comment in Spanish, Vietnamese, or Mandarin, please call the interpreter lines shown on the screen. This is how you indicate you want to provide a verbal comment. Via the web meeting, please use the raise your hand feature at the bottom of your screen so that I can call on you to provide your comment. If you are dialing in by phone, pressing *9 is the same thing as raising your hand, and that will put you into our queue. Speakers will be called in the order that their hand is raised. Once you've been in the queue and your name is called in the web meeting, please click the prompt on your screen to allow your microphone to be unmuted. On the phone, you'll hear a message that you are being unmuted. And if you're on the phone and you do not wish to give a comment, simply say no comment, and we'll move on to the next participant. Once unmuted, it will be your turn to speak. Please slowly and clearly say and spell your first and last name. If applicable, state the organization you represent. After your introduction, each speaker is allotted 3 minutes to provide comments. Our court reporter is on the line to record those comments, and if she needs you to spell or repeat something, she may interject. I will notify you when your time is nearly up. At the end of your comment, please exit the online web meeting or hang up the phone. This will help us ensure that all individuals who wish to make a comment have an opportunity to do so. At that point, you're welcome to watch or listen to the hearing via the live stream until the public hearing concludes at 8:00 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. 3 quick housekeeping notes before we get started. If we have a very long queue, we may limit speaker time to 2 minutes to allow all who wish to share their comments. You will hear us repeat these instructions from time to time for those of you who are just joining us. And at the end of each hour, we will take a 10-minute break, which I will announce. So we are going to begin getting started with our queue and with our commenters. And I'm going to update our comment queue here on the screen so that you can see who is in line for commenting. We have Emma Hansen, who will go first. Then we have a phone number that's dialed in, and I'm going to add the last 4 digits of that number up here. And then we have Jay Volberg, who will go third. And at this point, I'd like to unmute the line for Emma Hansen. Welcome to the public hearing. If you would please say and spell your first and last name and share any organization you are with.
Thank you. My name is Emma Hansen, EMMAHANSEN, and I am commenting today on behalf of the Grassland Water District and the Grassland Resource Conservation District.
Yes, please go ahead and share your comment. Thank you.
Okay. Yesterday, we submitted a written request that the High-Speed Rail Authority extend the public review and comment period for the draft environmental impact report and environmental impact statement for the San Jose to Merced section of the project. We would like to request at least 30 additional days to effectively review and comment on the report. Per the CEQA guidelines, all documents referred to in the environmental review document must be made available to the public. Although the authority was intending to make these documents available at public libraries and offices, unfortunately, those facilities have remained closed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. In addition to restricted access to documents, the Grassland districts and the general public are facing a lack of access to their standard work offices, printers, and internet services. For these reasons, we are unable to fully evaluate and comment on the analysis of the project's conclusions and impacts in the limited time provided. We are all living through strange times, and it would be extremely helpful for our districts and many others if the authority could extend the public comment period by at least 30 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your comment. We are going to put you on mute and remove you from the queue, and we are going to go on to our next commenter. Our next commenter is called in by phone. The phone number that we have ends in 0924. We're going to unmute you and then ask that you please state and spell your first and last name and share any organization that you're with. You are unmuted.
Great, thank you. My name is Ricardo Ortega, RICARDO-ORTEGA, and I'm the General Manager of the Grassland Water District and Resource Conservation District.
Please proceed with your comment.
Great. In addition to requesting a 30-day extension of the public comment period, I wanted to express 4 of our primary concerns about the EIR EIS. First, the authority continues to use the National Audubon Society's designation of an important bird area instead of the larger grassland ecological area boundary, which is recognized under international treaty and the Merced County General Plan. It is also coterminous with the Grassland Wildlife Management Area boundary that was established by Congress to direct the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to acquire conservation easement. We object to the use of the smaller boundary designation adopted by the Audubon Society. The result is more impacts near the Volta Wildlife Area, which is a very important part of the grassland ecological area. It is arbitrary, inaccurate, and not not in the spirit of the prior promises made by the High-Speed Rail Authority. Second, we are alarmed to see that the prior commitment to preserve 10,000 acres in and around the Grassland Ecological Area is not mentioned in this EIR EIS. We worked with the authority staff and consultants for over 2 years to better define this mitigation approach, and have always been concerned about the authority's lack of planning and establishment of the pathway forward towards achieving this commitment. Omitting this from the EIS EIR altogether is very concerning. Third, while we appreciate the authorities working with us to develop a plan for a sound reduction in closure to protect the wildlife in the grasslands, the commitment is not as protective or as mandatory as it should be. The authority does not have a good track record of meeting its mitigation commitments, and we need something much more definitive to achieve protections for wildlife in the grasslands. Fourth, the concerns of the California Department of Fish and Wildlife regarding impacts on hunting and habitat and public use in the Volta Wildlife Area, Los Panos Wildlife Area, and nearby state conservation easements are not being heard. We urge the authority not to continue to ignore the concerns CDFW has raised related to the impacts through this alignment.
Thank you very much for your comment. We're going to place you back on mute, and we'll move on to our next commenter. Our next commenter, we're going to unmute you, Jay Volberg. You are unmuted, and I'd like you to please state and spell your first and last name and share any organization that you represent, and then you're welcome to proceed with your comment.
Yes, my name is Jeffrey Volberg. That's Jeffrey. Last name capital VOLBERG. And I represent the California Waterfowl Association.
And you're welcome to continue with your comment.
Yes. My first comment is to reinforce and adopt the letter from Grassland Water District that Emma Hansen presented. We believe that under the circumstances of the shutdown that we've lived under for the last several weeks, that we need additional time to fully understand the underlying documents that were used to reach conclusions about impacts on waterfowl. Secondly, I intend to submit written comments by the deadline, but I also adopt and agree with and will reinforce the 4 suggestions made by Rick Ortega regarding the designation under the Audubon Important Bird Area, the lack of recognition of the 10,000 acre mitigation agreement, the need for definitive and mandatory mitigation requirements, and the impacts on state and federal refuges and wildlife areas. And also, we represent a number of the private duck clubs that own properties in the area, and we will be analyzing this document in terms of the impacts on those private interests. So that concludes my remarks, and thank you for providing me the opportunity.
Thank you very much for your comments. We're going to go ahead and take you out of the queue and unmute you. At this point, there are currently no commenters in the queue, and we will be on hold until we get our next commenter to provide a comment. If you have called in or you are online, please, again, click on the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen, or on your phone, that means press *9 so we are aware that you're interested in providing a comment. And for now, we'll be on pause for a moment. If you are just joining us, we currently have no speakers in our queue. Anyone who would like to comment in this public hearing today, please use the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. And on the phone, if you're dialing in order for us to know that you are interested in providing a comment, you simply need to press *9 on your phone. And then we'll get a note that you are interested in providing a comment. Until we are notified that you have a comment to share, this public hearing will stay quiet. We have a new comment. I'd like to add the next commenter to the queue. Paul Reginelli, and pardon my name if my pronunciation if I've misspelled it. We are going to unmute you now so that you may provide your comment. Please state and spell your first and last name and share any organization you're with, and then you may begin your comment.
My name is Paul Reginelli. Reginelli. You spelled it correctly. I'm wondering, I live in downtown San Jose, a few blocks from the station, and I'm wondering when you project it to come into San Jose.
Thank you for your comment, Paul. I'm afraid we're not responding to questions today. This is a public hearing to recite your comment. If you do have questions like that, however, you're welcome to email them. You can use the email that you see on the screen, san.jose_merced@hsr.ca.gov. You can also call our hotline, and we're happy to talk with you about what your question might be. Do you have a comment that you'd like to share as well?
No,
Okay.
nothing at the moment, thanks. I guess since nothing's going on here, I guess I'll catch you on another time. Thanks.
Sounds good. Thanks very much. We do have another commenter in the queue. If you have called in with phone number ending 0987, we'd like to unmute you now so that you may share your comment. Please state and spell your first and last name and let us know any organization you're with, and then proceed with your comment.
My name is Connie Martin, CONNIE MARTIN. My first comment is it's going to be really hard for people to respond to your webinar because the raised hand thing is not anywhere on my screen. Number two, as far as the high-speed rail is concerned, I think this is a disaster. The price keeps continuing to rise in exclamations, just out of control amounts. And since we really still don't know where the exact track is going to be, and I think it's going to come pretty close to my house, but I don't know because every time I go on, either it spans too far out for me to see exactly where it goes, or you guys have got 2 or 3 different routes going. So eventually it would be nice to know exactly what you're going to do, how much it's going to cost, and how long it's going to take.
Thank you very much for your comment. Anything else to share?
Not today.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and put you back on mute. And I will just note for anyone who's called in, if you're having difficulty finding that raise hand button, it's at the bottom of your screen. It should look like a little hand on the black background. And that's the way to do it if you've joined us online. And if you have joined us by calling in, the way you can let us know that you're interested in sharing your comment is by pressing *9 on your phone, and that will let us know that you would like to talk.
I'll add one more piece of information for the public who may be listening or watching this public hearing. Of course, we are here to receive comments on the draft environmental impact report and environmental impact statement. However, the documents themselves are available on our website, www.hsr.ca.gov. And we also have launched during this public comment period an online open house website due to COVID-19, which is available at Meet HSR NorCal. That's MEET HSR NORCAL.org. And there you can find the information about alternatives, drawings, the EIR itself, as well as an interactive map to look at where your address might be relative to the different alignment options. Those are all tools available during the comment period.
Boris, would you like to start again on the every 25-minute update?
Yes, let me give that update. So I just did a little bit of it, but good afternoon. We are continuing our public hearing. I'm Boris Lipkin. I'm the Northern California Regional Director for the California High-Speed Rail Authority. And as a reminder, today we are accepting your verbal comments on the environmental analysis, alternatives, impacts, and mitigation measures presented in the San Jose to Merced Project Section Draft Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. Your comments will become part of the official record for the San Jose to Merced Project Section Draft Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. Responses to your comments will be provided in the final Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. To reintroduce the panel and those representing the California High-Speed Rail Authority, I'm Boris Lipkin, Northern California Regional Director. With me is Mark McLaughlin, who is our Director of Environmental Services, as well as Dan McKell, who is our NEPA Assignment Manager. And Joey Goldman is our moderator for today's hearing.
Thanks, Boris. And we are accepting verbal comments in this public hearing today. If you prefer to put your comments in writing, please visit the authority's website, hsr.ca.gov, for a comment form or information on submitting comments by email or by mail. If you wish to make a verbal comment today, please join our comment queue online or by phone online. You'll see we have a Zoom hosted web meeting, and you can follow the link and participate as a commenter. If you'd like to comment by phone, the number to dial is 669-900-9128. The webinar ID is 822-5228-4338. The link to the web meeting is also available on the authority's website, hsr.ca.gov. And if you would like to listen to this webinar or make a comment in Spanish, Vietnamese, or Mandarin, please call the interpreter lines that are shown here on the screen. To make a comment via the web meeting, please use the raise your hand feature. Again, that's at the bottom of your screen. It's a little hand so that I can call on you to provide your comment. And that same feature is available by phone by pressing *9. That will put you into the queue. Once you've been in the queue and your name is called, in the web meeting, click the prompt on your screen to allow your microphone to be unmuted. And on your phone, you'll hear a message that you are being unmuted. Then it is your turn to speak. After stating and spelling your first and last name, you're allotted 3 minutes to provide comments. And our court reporter who is on the line may interject if she needs to ask you to repeat something or spell something for her. I'll notify you when your time is nearly up at the end of your comment. We ask you to please exit the online web meeting or hang up the phone. So let's go ahead and get started. We have one person who has indicated that they would like to provide a comment. And I'm going to unmute you. This is a person whose phone number ends in 1017. Please go ahead and introduce yourself, give us your first and last name, spell them, and share any organization you're with.
Hi, my name is Swanee Edwards. First name is S as in Sam, W-A-N-E-E. Last name E-D-W-A-R-D-S. I live in Morgan Hill, California. I'm a 30-year resident here. And I voted favorably for Prop 1A. Unfortunately, the state has decided to allow our vote to go for pretty much nothing, as Prop 1A is not being followed in any way, shape, or form. I've been opposed to the San Jose Merced route for the last 10 years, and frankly do not understand why we're still talking about high-speed rail in this beautiful, tiny, narrow, seismically active valley. We have a very delicate balance in our environment down here. We're completely retrofitting a huge dam because of earthquake concerns. Our water and a lot of our residents receive their water from wells. This whole project is unnecessary. What we absolutely need and want and demand is electrified Caltrain. If you need to get to the Central Valley from San Jose, choose the route that you originally offered through the Altamont Pass, where there's plenty of room. To bring high-speed rail down this beautiful valley would be to destroy one of the most incredible downtowns in Morgan Hill, as well as impact hundreds of thousands of people. It's not necessary. You don't have the money. I think it's time to just give it up. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you for your comment. We have lowered your hand and certainly invite others to raise their hands. One thing to note, if you are watching this public hearing on the live stream, you do not have the capability of raising your hand there. In order to join this meeting and provide a comment, you will need to sign into the Zoom meeting via the link, which is available on the High Speed Rail website. Please click the link where it says to provide a comment during this hearing. For those of you just joining us, well, I want to remind you that you're welcome to provide comments today during our public hearing. To do so, you simply need to raise your hand, and you can do that by clicking on the raise hand button, which is at the bottom of your screen if you've signed into the Zoom meeting. If you have signed in, or if you're watching the streaming public hearing, I would encourage you to switch over to the webinar public hearing so that you can provide a comment if you wish to do so. And if you are dialing in by phone and you would like to provide a comment by phone, to do that, simply press *9 on your phone, and that way we'll know that you are interested in providing a comment, and we'll put you into our comment queue. In the meantime, our staff will continue to wait until we see a hand raised, and then our panel will rejoin and be ready to listen to your comment. Hi all, we're reconvening. We have a commenter who has raised their hand in our queue, and I would like to allow our commenter to make a comment. We're going to unmute you, Steve, and allow you to speak. Please state and spell your first and last name and share any organization you're with, and then you're welcome to proceed with your comment.
Yes, Steve Corcoran, SteveCorcoran, and this is his wife, Marcia, Marcia. We own property in the Willow Glen Gardner area, and we've been watching the documents and waiting to see what's going to happen. We understand that the preferred alternative now is alternative 4. And our property is adjacent to the railroad, the current railroad line. And so we're interested in getting on record that we would like to have the High-Speed Rail Authority notify those properties that are potentially considered being acquired for this alternative, because we need to be able to make plans, and we don't know what options we can even consider, because we don't know the timeline and we haven't gotten any information. We've inquired directly to Sacramento, to the High-Speed Rail Authority, about our particular property, and we also have neighbors who have said that their properties, they have heard by talking to a senator or someone else that their property is going to be acquired. And we'd also like to know if properties are acquired due to this alternative, then how is that going to happen? How is that going to take place? Are we going to be offered market value? You know, what's going to happen? So if you could relay that information, we would appreciate it.
Thank you for your comment. It sounds like you recognize that we're not responding to questions today, but your comments will go in the record for this public hearing. We are muting you and removing you from the queue at this point. We welcome anyone who wishes to make a comment to do so by clicking the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen if you're participating by our Zoom webinar, or on your telephone to press *9 so that we know that you are in our queue. We are going to be going to a break at 4 o'clock. So we'll be taking comments until 4 o'clock, and then we will take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 4:10. So at this point, we will continue to wait for any hands that go up, and our panel will reconvene when we see that. We have somebody who has raised their hand to provide a comment. I'd like to allow our commenter to speak. We're going to unmute your line. And I would ask you, CMIL is what I see on my screen. Please state and spell your first and last name and share any organization that you're with. And then you may provide your comment.
Hello, my name is Cemil Coşkun, CEMIL COSKUN. I'm not with any organization. So today I'd like to talk about the San Jose to Merced part of this high-speed rail project. So as far as I understand, high-speed trains are currently exist and used in many countries such as Japan, Germany, Korea, and China. And these countries, and some of these countries are that effectively using these high-speed trains are moving, considering or updating their existing high-speed trains to the magnetic trains like maglev. So I see that this project is the phase one of this project expected to be completed in 2029, and the phase two of this project is expected to be completed in 2040. So that the high-speed train technology is relatively new and still evolving area. So it is highly likely to find new technologies in the recent future. So that might change existing high-speed rail technologies. Therefore, so the alternative for that currently is the preferred alternative is using the existing railroad so that it will be very limited and to adapt to these new technologies, because that this railroad will be shared with the Caltrain, so that if any changes to the railroad must satisfy the requirement of the both Caltrain and the high-speed train, so that this will be cause significant delays and in some cases makes it impossible to adapt to these new technologies because it may not be suitable with use with Caltrain. So therefore, I felt like the current preferred alternative 4 will not be the best choice for the overall success of this project. And this may lead to another ultra high speed project in like 20 to 40 years, because the alternative 4 might not be suitable to meet the requirement of these new technologies. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your comment. At this point, we do not have any hands up in our queue. We are going to be going to break in 3 minutes and then reconvening at 4:10 p.m. In order to provide a comment, we do ask that you raise your hand. You may click on the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen if you're signed into the Zoom webinar, or you may dial *9 on your phone if you are calling in. And that way we will know to place you into the queue to provide a comment. We are about to go on to a break. I prematurely posted the on break slide. My apologies for that. As I've said all along, if you'd like to make a comment, don't hesitate to raise your hand. Comments that when we see hands raised, we'll come back to those after our break at 4:10 p.m. And if you would like to call in and let us know that you have a comment, please dial *9 on your phone and we will put you into our queue. At this point, we're moving on to a break and we will reconvene at 4:10. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We are reconvening this public hearing. I'm Boris Lipkin, Northern California Regional Director for the California High-Speed Rail Authority. As a reminder, today we are accepting your verbal comments on the environmental analysis, alternatives, impacts, and mitigation measures presented in the San Jose to Merced Project Section Draft Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. Your comments will become part of the official record for the San Jose to Merced Project Section Draft Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. And responses to your comments will be provided in the final Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. I would like to take this moment to reintroduce the panel that's representing the California High-Speed Rail Authority. As I mentioned, I'm Boris Lipkin. I'm the Northern California Regional Director. With me is Mark McLaughlin, who is our Director of Environmental Services, as well as Dan McKell, who is our NEPA Assignment Manager. And with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Joey Goldman, who's our moderator, to continue the public hearing.
Thanks, Boris. And yes, I'm Joey Goldman with Kearns and West. I'd like to reiterate that we are accepting verbal comments today in this public hearing. If you prefer to put your comments in writing, please visit the authority's website, which is hsr.ca.gov for a comment form, as well as information on submitting comments by mail or email. If you wish to make a verbal comment, please join our comment queue online or by phone. Online, you'll see we have a Zoom hosted meeting, and you can follow the link and participate as a commenter, or you can comment by phone. If you want to do that, you dial 669-900-9128. The webinar ID that you need to enter is 822-5228-4338. The link to the web meeting is also available on the authority's website, hsr.ca.gov. If you would like to listen to this public hearing and or make a comment in Spanish, Vietnamese, or Mandarin, please call the interpreter lines shown on your screen. To make a comment via the web meeting, we're using the raise your hand feature, which you'll see at the bottom of your screen. That way I'll know to call on you so that you can provide your comment. By phone, pressing *9 is the same thing as raising your hand, and that will put you into our queue. Once you've been in the queue and your name is called in the web meeting, click the prompt on your screen to allow your microphone to be unmuted. On the phone, you'll hear a message that you are being unmuted. Then it's your turn to speak. After stating and spelling your first and last name, you are allotted 3 minutes to provide comments. Our court reporter is on the line to record those comments. If she needs you to spell or repeat something, she may interject. And I will notify you when your time is nearly up. At the end of your comment, we ask that you please exit the online web meeting or hang up your phone. 3 quick housekeeping notes before we get started. If we have a very long queue, we may limit speaker time to 2 minutes to allow all who wish to share their comments. You will hear us repeat these instructions periodically for those who are just joining us. And at the end of the hour, we will take a 10-minute break, and I will announce that next break at 5:00 p.m. So we're going to begin our next round of our public hearing. If you do have a comment and you would like to share it verbally, we ask that you please raise your hand. And it looks like I will add a few names to our comment queue as they come in. We have one person who has raised a hand. I see the spelling N-U-R-H-A-N. We're going to unmute your line right now and ask that you please introduce yourself, give us your first and last name and spell them, and let us know of any organization that you're affiliated with, and then please share your comment.
Hey, my name is Nurhan Turgut, N-U-R-H-A-N-T-U-R-G-U-T. I am a homeowner in North Willow Glen. I don't work with any organization. I would like to give my comments today for no project. I'm supporting the no project option. And my main reasoning is the high-speed rail trains is a technology that I've also used in many different countries, but most of these trains are started like a couple decades ago, maybe not, if not more. And now if we go through with this project, 10 years later, we will be opening a train line, which is already old technology and which is already being used in other places of the world for like, 3-4 decades. And the issue with that is, I think at this important point in our times with the COVID-19 crisis and so, there might be drastic changes in the way we transport, the way we commute for work, the way we travel. And I think we should first observe and collect the data and see what the world is going. And maybe within 2-3 years, we should come together again to discuss what might be the next options. I think right now it is not the right time to decide for any option. For example, both of the options, like option 4, option like 1 to 3, they go through our cities and they go to our neighborhoods, and there will be lots of dust and lots of environmental impact from the dust during these project constructions. But we don't even know like how our health and how our, lung health will be in the next years. Maybe there will be lots of, cases that people will be recovering from their lung illnesses. So I think right now is not the best time to decide on this project, and next year is not time to start on the constructions. Thank you.
Thank you, Nuhan, for your comment. We're going to unmute you and take you out of our queue. At this point, we do not have any hands raised in our queue, so we will be waiting for the next hand to go up, which you may do by clicking on the raise hand at the bottom of your screen, or if you're dialing in, press *9 on your phone. In the meantime, we're going to wait for those hands to go up. You may see some of our panelists disappear from the screen, and they will come back as soon as we get a comment request. For anyone just joining us, I want to remind you that you are welcome to provide a public comment today during our public hearing. The way to do that is to raise your hand by clicking the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. That way we will know that you would like to share your verbal comment. If you are dialing in by phone, please press *9 on your phone. And that way we can add you to the queue and call on you so that you can provide your verbal comment. Our meeting is set up to not see our panelists while there is nobody in the queue. So if you continue to see a little bit of nothing going on, it's because our panelists are waiting for a hand to be raised, and then we will reconvene when we see that happen. Thank you. I'd like to ask our panelists to reconvene. We have somebody who's indicated their interest in sharing a comment. I'd like to unmute the microphone for Rick and ask you to please introduce yourself, give us your first and last name and spell them, please, and let us know if there's any organization that you represent, and then share your comment.
Thank you very much. My name is Rick Schussel. Last name is S like Sam, CHUSSEL, and I do represent the California Waterfowl Association Public Lands Hunter Committee. We do have several concerns in regards to the EIR and some of the technical documents, biological documents, and we are going to be submitting that to you in writing. But there's one item that I thought I would point out today if I could, since this is being recorded. In several instances throughout the documents, technical documents, they include this statement, quote, "The authority would submit to the appropriate wildlife agencies the names and qualifications of project biologists, designated biologists, species-specific biological monitors, and general biological monitors retained to conduct biological resource monitoring activities and implement avoidance and minimization measures," end quote. And while I am happy that submitting names and qualifications of the biologists that you designate is a good first start, we believe the authority should also include the local biologists from California Waterfowl Association and Ducks Unlimited, in addition to biologists from California Department of Fish and Wildlife and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. The local biologists from CWA and Ducks Unlimited, for example, are hands-on experts in the grasslands region. For decades, they've worked the dirt, they've managed for wildlife, they've managed the habitat, and they have specific knowledge about the migration patterns of wildlife. These experts are able to assist HSR in clearly understanding the effects of California's last remaining grasslands. These local CWA, Ducks Unlimited, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife professionals should be included in any project affecting the grasslands ecological area. And we would like your assurance that these biologists will play an important role in, quote, conducting biological resource monitoring activities and implementing avoidance and minimization measures. Thank you.
Mr. Sechel?
Yes.
Hi, this is Marley, the court reporter.
Hello.
Could you please spell your name for me once again?
Richard, Richard. Last name Schussel, S like Sam, CHUSS like Sam, EL.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We are removing you from our queue so that others may indicate their interest in providing a comment. Again, if you do have a comment, please don't hesitate. Raise your hand by clicking the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen, or press *9 on your phone.
Good afternoon. We are continuing our public hearing. I'm Boris Lipkin, Northern California Regional Director for the California High-Speed Rail Authority. As a reminder, today we are accepting your verbal comments on the environmental analysis, alternatives, impacts, and mitigation measures presented in the San Jose to Merced Project Section Draft Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. Your comments will become part of the official record for the San Jose to Merced Project Section Draft Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. Responses to your comments will be provided in the final Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. With that, I'd like to reintroduce the panel that's representing the California High-Speed Rail Authority. I'm Boris Lipkin, Northern California Regional Director. With me is Mark McLaughlin, Director of Environmental Services, and Dan McKell, who is our NEPA Assignment Manager. With that, I'll turn it back over to Joey Goldman, who is our moderator.
Thank you, Boris. We are accepting verbal comments in today's public hearing. If you prefer to put comments in writing, please visit the authority's website, hsr.ca.gov, where you will find a comment form as well as information on submitting comments by mail or email. If you wish to make a verbal comment today, please join our comment queue online or by phone. You need to be signed into the Zoom hosted web meeting, or you need to dial in. And if you sign into the web meeting, you'll follow a link to participate as a commenter. To comment by phone, please dial 669-900-9128. The webinar ID is 822-5228-4338. The link to the web meeting is also available on the authority's website, hsr.ca.gov. If you wish to listen or make a comment in Spanish, Vietnamese, or Mandarin, please call our interpreter lines shown on the screen. To make a comment via the web meeting, please use the raise your hand feature at the bottom of your screen so that I can call on you to provide your comment. And by phone, pressing *9 is the same thing as raising your hand. That will put you into our queue. Once you've been in the queue and your name is called, in the web meeting, you'll need to click on a prompt on your screen to allow your microphone to be unmuted. On the phone, you'll hear a message that you are being unmuted. Then it's your turn to speak. After stating and spelling your first and last name, you are allotted 3 minutes to provide your comment. Our court reporter is on the line to record those comments. If she needs you to spell or repeat anything, she may interject, and I'll notify you when your time is nearly up. At the end of your comment, we're asking that you please exit the online web meeting or hang up your phone, and then you're again welcome to watch the live video stream, and you can see the address for that at the bottom of the screen. At this point, we are open for comments. Certainly, we ask that you, as I say, raise your hand by clicking on the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen or dial *9 on your phone. Our panelists may turn off their video screens if we are waiting for any comments, and then we will reconvene as soon as somebody indicates their interest in providing a comment. If you've just joined us by phone, we are in the process of having a public hearing, and you are welcome to comment. If you wish to make a comment, please press *9 on your phone, and that way we will know that you are interested in providing a comment. We are currently waiting for commenters, and then we will have our panelists reconvene. I see we do have a hand up, so I'm going to ask our panelists to please come back, and we will unmute the phone of the phone number ending in 2154. We've just unmuted you. We'd like you to please state and spell your first and last name and share any organization you're with.
Thanks, Jeremy Taylor, JEREMYTAYLOR. I'm just a Gardner neighborhood resident, and my comment is that a lot of us don't really know what's going on, and we have no idea if this is 5 years, 10 years, 20 years out. We realize that there are a lot of unknowns, but it doesn't seem fair that we're not being involved, or included in the loop as to what's going on with our houses. As far as I know, mine's included, and I had to work hard to find out, but there are a lot of other people that would like to know. There are people that are planning for their families, and there are people on Jerome Street that don't even speak English. There's a lot that we should be getting as a neighborhood that we're not getting, and I hope that you'll decide to inform us sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Jeremy. We have unmuted you, and the queue is open once again for anyone who wishes to make a comment. On the phone, press *9 to do so. And if you are on the webinar, please click on the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. I'd like to ask our panelists please to reconvene. We have a commenter, and I'd like to give an opportunity to speak. We've got our panelists coming back. Here we go. We've unmuted the line so that S. Allen may speak. Please state and spell your first and last name, and please share any organization you're with, and then share your comment with us.
Yes, my name is Sean Allen, SeanAllen. I am with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and I am the manager of the Los Banos and the Volta wildlife areas. My comments are as follows. I also believe with several of the other commenters earlier this evening that the comment period should be expanded until the end of June. Also have several comments regarding the wildlife areas and the impacts of the high-speed rail to those areas. Both of those areas are historical areas. This area was founded in 1929, and it has been a hub for all types of recreation throughout the years. Certainly we have everything from nature study, environmental education, hunting, fishing, nature study, bird watching, photography, dog trials, a litany of recreation that occurs here on the wildlife area. We are directly across from the path of the train as it goes through the grasslands environmental area, and we feel there will be significant impacts. We also feel that we have not been fully evaluated under the Section 4F. We do believe that many of the activities that do occur here do deserve that consideration. We also believe there will be economic impacts to the wildlife area and the Department of Fish and Wildlife as we do generate funds by having recreational opportunities here and at Volta Wildlife Area, in addition to the direct impacts to our users and the serenity that is often found in these areas. We also have grave concerns about the train bisecting this incredible area and the amount of wildlife and waterfowl in particular that use it. The train bisects the north and the south grasslands, and we are afraid of the impacts of that train's movement east and west. We believe that there needs to be much deeper and more complete information relating to noise and light as projected upward from the train and how that affects the migration and the corridor that is so valuable, the Mutsu corridor. The rail has put forth to the various stakeholder groups that they were looking into a tunnel or a above ground containment tube to mitigate these effects. We have not seen anything lately. And
pardon my interruption. You have 30 seconds remaining for your comment.
Very well, thank you. In conclusion, we believe the high-speed rail needs to extend the comment period so more public will be involved, and that they have to consider far more of the impacts to the local wildlife areas as well as the local recreation that surrounds the grasslands environmental area.
Thank you very much for sharing your comment with us today. We are going to remove you from our queue. I do want to point to some of the information that is on the screen to note that one may provide written comment if you wish. The public review period has been extended from its original date by 15 days and now is ending on June 23rd. So we still have additional time for comments to be submitted in writing to the authority.
And Joey, before, as we wait for other comments to arrive, just want to point people towards a couple of additional resources. Of course, the draft EIR EIS itself is available on the authority's website at www.hsr.ca.gov. As well as during this public comment period, we have launched an online open house tool in light of in-person open house meetings which has the EIR. It has information on the statewide program alternatives, as well as an interactive map to see where your property might be relative to the various alignment options. And that's available at www.meethsr.norcal, NORCAL.org, and that'll be up throughout the public comment period.
At this point, we have no individuals in our queue, so our panelists may turn off their screens if they wish. We will be taking a break at 5:00 p.m. For about 10 minutes, for exactly 10 minutes. So if you do have a comment, please don't hesitate to click on the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen or press *9 on your phone so that we're aware that you'd like to make a comment, and we'll place you into the comment queue. We're going to pause now for a 10-minute break. We will reconvene at 5:10 p.m. During this time, you are welcome to join our queue by clicking the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen on the webinar or dialing *9 on your phone. And when we reconvene at 5:10, our panelists will join me and we'll be ready to listen to your comments. Thank you.
Got to take off mute. Good afternoon, everybody. We are reconvening the public hearing. I'm Boris Lipkin, Northern California Regional Director for the California High-Speed Rail Authority. As we've said before, today we are accepting your verbal comments on the environmental analysis, alternatives, impacts, and mitigation measures presented in the San Jose to Merced Project Section Draft Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. Your comments will become part of the official record for the San Jose to Merced Project Section Draft Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. Responses to your comments will be provided in the final Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. With that, I'd like to reintroduce the members of the panel representing the California High-Speed Rail Authority. I'm Boris Lipkin, Northern California Regional Director. With me is Mark McLaughlin, our Director of Environmental Services, and Dan McKell, our NEPA Assignment Manager. With that, I'll turn it back over to Joey Goldman, who is our moderator for today's hearing.
Thank you, Boris. And I'm Joey Goldman with Kearns and West, moderating today. We are accepting verbal comments in this public hearing this afternoon. If you prefer to put comments in writing, please visit the authority's website, which is hsr.ca.gov. You'll find a comment form there, as well as information on submitting comments by mail or email. If you wish to make a verbal comment, please join our comment queue online or by phone. Online, we have a Zoom-hosted web meeting, and you can follow the link from hsr.ca.gov to this meeting and participate as a commenter. To comment by phone, we ask that you please dial our number 669-900-9128. You'll have to enter the webinar ID, which is 822-5228. 4338. If you would like to listen in on this webinar and or make a comment in Spanish, Vietnamese, or Mandarin, please call our interpreter lines, which are shown on the screen. To make a comment via the web meeting, I'd like you to raise your hand. You can do that by using the raise your hand feature at the bottom of your screen so that I can call on you to provide your comment. By phone, pressing *9 is the same thing as raising your hand. And that will put you into our queue. Once you've been in the queue and your name is called, in the web meeting, click the prompt on your screen to allow your microphone to be unmuted. On the phone, you'll hear a message that you are being unmuted. Then it's your turn to speak. After stating and spelling your first and last name, you are allotted 3 minutes to provide comments. Our court reporter is on the line as well to record those comments. If she needs you to spell something or repeat something, she may interject in your comments, and I will notify you when your time is nearly up. At the end of your comment, please exit the online web meeting or hang up the phone, and you're welcome to continue to listen to other comments by joining the video stream, and you can see the URL for that at the bottom of your screen. 3 quick housekeeping notes. If we have a long queue, we may have to limit speaker time to 2 minutes. You will hear us continue to repeat these instructions from time to time for anyone who is just joining us. And at the end of the hour, we will take a 10-minute break. That's at 6 o'clock p.m. And I will announce when we're about to do that. At this point, again, we invite you to raise your hand. We do not have anyone currently in our queue. And when we do not have people in our queue, our panelists may opt to turn off their cameras. And as soon as we get a hand raise, again, hand raise on your screen or *9 on your phone, we will reconvene so that we can listen to your comment. For anyone joining us by phone, I see we have some new people participating. In order to provide a comment, we just ask that you dial *9 on your phone so that we are aware that you would like to get into our comment queue. Anyone who's in the webinar to let us know that you would like to make a comment, please click on the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen. Just want to provide a quick update that we currently have no commenters in the queue. If you are just joining us and would like to provide a comment, the way that we know that you would like to provide it is to click the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen if you're in the webinar. If you are on the phone and dialing in, you can also provide a comment. Simply need to dial *9 on your phone, and that allows us to place you into the queue so we know that you have a comment. If you are watching this via the video stream and would like to join us by webinar or phone, please look at the hsr.ca.gov website and you can join that way. We do have one person in our queue whose hand is up, and I would like to ask our panelists to come back so that we can have our caller provide a comment.
Yes, hi. I believe this is for me.
Yep. So sorry, I was just going to say welcome. If you would please introduce yourself, give us your first and last name and spell it. And if you represent any organization, let us know what that might be. And then you have 3 minutes to share your comment.
Sure. My name is Bob. Last name is Clute, spelled K-L-U-D-T. And I live in San Martin, California.
Please go ahead and share your comment then. Thanks, Bob.
Okay, sorry, I'm just kind of losing time there, aren't I? Well, my sentiments are
3
that,
minutes starting now.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I'm one of the folks that has received a letter here in San Martin stating that, my property could be affected, as well as my brother. And, I'm looking right now at Union Pacific Railroad tracks at about, I don't know, maybe a couple hundred yards, probably less than that from me right now. And the years that I've lived here have been 60. And that one train has been significantly enough, at least in terms of noise and everything that goes along with a train, as well as a ever-increasing traffic-wise on Monterey Road. But yeah, my concern is that we're still talking about this project that just doesn't seem very realistic to me. Kind of, seems like I'm in a fantasy world. I've gone to the meetings, the Morgan Hill events, trying to, keep in tune with Morgan Hill and Gilroy. Dean and I'm from San Martin, and you've got to kind of stay connected to both cities. And I try to. The meetings that I've gone to in the past, it just doesn't seem like a lot of people are listening to our concerns. And, it's a significant time right now when the state is so far losing money now in the billions, and to be spending $1 on the high-speed rail project right now just seems to me personally, as well as I know a lot of my neighbors, to be a huge, huge waste of money, time, effort, and everything that goes along with it. And that's basically my thought and my comment.
Thank you very much for calling in and sharing your comment. We're going to take you out of our comment queue at this point, and open it up for others who may be interested. If you are interested in providing a verbal comment in our public hearing today, and you are on the phone, please dial *9 on your phone so that we can identify you as a potential commenter. And if you are in our webinar, please click on the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. While we are waiting for additional commenters, you may see our panelists turn off their video screens, and then we will reconvene as soon as we have somebody in our queue.
Good afternoon, everybody. We are continuing the public hearing. As a reminder, I'm Boris Lipkin, Northern California Regional Director for the California High-Speed Rail Authority. Today, we are accepting your verbal comments on the environmental analysis, alternatives, impacts, and mitigation measures presented in the San Jose to Merced Project Section Draft Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. Your comments will become part of the official record for the San Jose to Merced Project Section Draft Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. And responses to your comments will be provided in the final Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. I would also like to reintroduce our panel representing the California High-Speed Rail Authority. I'm Boris Lipkin, Northern California Regional Director. With me is Mark McLaughlin, who is our Director of Environmental Services, and Dan McKell, who is our NEPA Assignment Manager. And before I turn it over to Joey Goldman, who's our moderator, I would just like to remind the folks that there's a couple additional resources on our website, www.hsr.ca.gov. You can find the draft EIR EIS itself, as well as on the authority's open house website, which is MEET, MEET, HSR NorCal, NORCAL.org. You can find materials that talk to the draft EIR EIS itself, the alternatives under study, statewide information, as well as maps, interactive maps for the different alignment options. And that's a useful resource tool that will be up throughout the public comment period. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to Joey Goldman, who's our moderator for today's hearing.
Thank you. And if you wish to make a verbal comment, please join our comment queue online or by phone. Online, you see that we do have a Zoom hosted web meeting, and you can follow the link and participate as a commenter from hsr.ca.gov. To comment by phone, please call 669-900-9128. Our webinar ID that you'll need to enter is 822-5228. 4338. If you would like to listen in and or make a comment in Spanish, Vietnamese, or Mandarin, please call the interpreter lines that are shown on your screen. To make a comment via the web meeting, use the raise your hand feature that's at the bottom of your screen so that I can call on you so that you can provide your comment. And if you are calling by phone, pressing *9 is the same thing as raising your hand. That puts you into our queue, and we'll know that you have a comment to share. Once you've been in the queue and, excuse me, and I call your name, on the web meeting, you'll need to click the prompt in the middle of your screen to allow your microphone to be unmuted. If you're on the phone, you'll hear a message that you are being unmuted when it's time to speak. Then it's your turn to talk. After stating and spelling your first and last name, you're given 3 minutes to provide your comments. Our court reporter is on the line today to record those comments. If she needs you to spell or repeat something, she may interject while you're sharing your comment. I'll notify you when your time is nearly up, and at the end of your comment, we request that you please exit the online web meeting or hang up your phone. You're welcome to continue participating by watching what's going on and listening in at the video stream, which is shown at the bottom of your screen. At this point, we do not have anyone with a hand raised in our queue. We are waiting for a hand to go up. And in the meantime, our panelists may opt to turn off their video screen as soon as we have somebody who has indicated interest in sharing a comment. They will turn them back on, and we will look forward to taking your comment. If you're just joining us, I want to remind you how you can indicate your interest in providing a comment. If you're on our webinar, you can do that by using the raise hand function, which is at the bottom of your screen. Click on raise hand, and that will put you into our comment queue. We'll know that you are interested in providing a comment this afternoon. If you are dialing in by phone, you can do that by dialing *9, and that's another way that we'll know that you're interested in sharing a comment. Once we see that, then we will call on you to provide your comment. At this time, our public hearing is live. We just don't have any comments in our queue. So we are continuing to wait for individuals who would like to share their comments. I'd like our panelists to please turn on their cameras again. We do have a commenter, and I'd like to give you an opportunity to speak. We've rejoined. I'd like to call on Christophe Reboa. When your phone is unmuted, if you would please introduce yourself, give us your first and last name and spell them, and share any organization that you're with. You'll have 3 minutes after that to share your comment.
Right. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Yeah, my name's Christophe Reboa. I'm the CEO for Rebecca Children's Services in Gilroy. We serve the local community, up to 7,000 kids and families per year. We serve those who are most disadvantaged in our community. The rail is going to certainly impact our area in a very significant way. My comment is just one, I just want to verbalize really the need. And the need is just to ensure that when the rail comes through, that the environment on IOOF by Rebecca Children's Services and South Valley School have well thought out safe access to and from IOOF to Monterey Highway, and by way of a pedestrian bridge. There's a whole host of other things that we have put forth in terms of requests, but really wanted to make sure that the panel understands the need for safety and efficiency for our kids and our families in our area. Thank you.
Sir?
Yes.
Christophe?
Hi, sir. Can you please spell your name for me? This is the court reporter.
Yeah, so it's Christophe. It's Christopher without the R at the end, basically.
And your last name, please?
Reboa, R-E-B-B as in boy, O-A-H.
And that is Rebecca Children's Services?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christophe, for your comment. We're going to take you out of the queue. This is an opportunity for anyone who wishes to provide a comment to do so. We currently do not have anybody in our comment or queue. To share a comment, please click on the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen if you're signed in to the webinar. And if you're on the phone, simply dial *9 on your phone so we'll know that you're interested in providing a comment. While we wait for comments, our panelists may opt to turn off their screen, and then we'll turn them back on once we have commenters in our queue. I should also add, looking at the time, that we will be taking a break at 6:00 p.m. We will take a 10-minute break and then reconvene at 6:10 p.m. There still is time for commenting. This public hearing goes until 8:00 p.m. tonight. But at this point, don't hesitate to raise your hand if you'd like to share a comment. We're still in our public hearing this evening. We are going to take a 10-minute break and we'll be reconvening at 6:10 p.m. You're welcome to raise your hand during this break and we will return to the comments beginning again at 6:10 p.m. Thank you.
Good evening. It's no longer afternoon, so we are reconvening this public hearing. My name is Boris Lipkin. I'm the Northern California Regional Director for the California High-Speed Rail Authority. And as a reminder, today we are accepting your verbal comments on the environmental analysis, alternatives, impacts, and mitigation measures presented in the San Jose to Merced Project Section Draft Environmental Impact Report and Impact Statement. Your comments will become part of the official record for the San Jose to Merced Project Section Draft Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. Responses to your comments will be provided in the final Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. I would like to reintroduce the panel representing the California High-Speed Rail Authority. As I mentioned, I'm Boris Lipkin, Northern California Regional Director. With me is Mark McLaughlin, our Director of Environmental Services, as well as Dan McKell, who's our NEPA Assignment Manager. And with that, I'll turn it over to Joey Goldman, who's our moderator for today's public hearing.
Yes, I'm Joey Goldman with Kearns and West, and I'm going to give you all a quick reminder of what we're doing today. We are accepting verbal comments in today's public hearing. If you prefer to put your comments in writing, please visit the authority's website. That's hsr.ca.gov. There you'll find a comment form you can use, as well as information on submitting comments by email or in writing by mail. If you wish to make a verbal comment, please join our comment queue online or by phone. Online, we have a Zoom-hosted web meeting, and you can follow the link from the High Speed Rail website, hsr.ca.gov, to join that and participate as a commenter. If you wish to comment by phone, dial 669-900-9128. The webinar ID you'll need to enter is 822-5228-4338. And then you'll need to press pound. If you would like to listen or make a comment in Spanish, Vietnamese, or Mandarin, please call the interpreter lines that are shown on your screen. To make a comment via the web meeting, please use the raise your hand feature, and that's at the bottom of your screen. That way I'll know to call on you to provide your comment. If you're listening in by phone, pressing *9 on your phone is the same thing as raising your hand, and that will put you into our comment queue. Once you're in the queue and your name is called, in the web meeting, you'll need to click the prompt on your screen that will allow your microphone to be unmuted. On the phone, you'll hear a message that you are being unmuted, and then it's your turn to speak. After stating and spelling your first and last name, you will be allotted 3 minutes to provide comments. Our court reporter is on the line this evening to record those comments. She may ask you to spell or repeat something if necessary. And I'll notify you when your time is nearly up at the end of your comment. We ask that you please exit the online web meeting or hang up the phone. If we have a long queue, which we have not yet, we may have to limit speaking time. You will hear us repeat these instructions periodically for those who are just joining us. And at the end of the hour, which will be at 7:00 p.m., we will take a 10-minute break, and I will announce that we're heading to break at that time. Right now, we do not have any hands up in our queue. If you are interested in speaking, please press *9 on your phone or click the click the hands up tab at the bottom of your screen. Looks like we do have our first commenter for this hour, and I'd like to unmute our caller at telephone ending 2259. When I do that, please introduce yourself, state and spell your first and last name, and share any organization you're with, and then you have 3 minutes to share your comment.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
My name is Lois, L-O-I-S, Rice, R-I-C-E. And I'm not affiliated with any organization.
Thank you. Please provide your comment.
I'm strongly in support of your preferred alternative 3. The conversation about rail service to Los Angeles from San Francisco has been involved with my family for 120 years, and the family has supported the idea continuously. And it seems like it makes perfect sense to me that the depot location in Gilroy is the obvious place where the transit hub should be for all the services that service the South County area. I strongly encourage you to consider undergrounding the service wherever possible to minimize the impact to the above ground services in the community of Gilroy. And I will look forward to your future success. And that's my comment.
Thank you, Lois, so much for your comment. It has been recorded.
Okay.
We will
Thank you.
remove you from the commenter queue at this point. We do not have any other hands up at this time. If you would like to make a comment, please click on the raise hand at the bottom of your screen, or dial *9 if you've called in by phone. While we're waiting for individuals to indicate their interest in providing a comment, our panelists may turn off their screen, and as soon as we see a hand up, we will join you once again and give you an opportunity to share your comment. Quick reminder, we currently have nobody in our queue, but if you are just joining us and you are interested in providing a comment during this evening's public hearing, you have a couple of options. If you are dialing in by phone, you will see that if you're dialing in by phone, you simply need to press *9 once you've dialed the number and entered the meeting code, the meeting ID. You'll enter the meeting ID, press pound, and then to leave a comment, press *9. If you are on our webinar, to leave a comment, you need to click on the raise hand button, which is at the bottom of your screen. And once you do that, we will know that you are interested in sharing a comment. In the meantime, we'll wait for those comments, and our panelists will turn on their video once we have a comment show up in our queue. If you are just joining us, I want to remind you that we are taking comments for the public hearing this evening. If you've dialed in by phone, the way to let us know that you have a comment is to press *9 on your phone. And that way we will be able to add you to our commenters queue. If you have joined us by webinar, the way to let us know that you have a comment is to click on the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. We currently have one person in our queue, and what we're going to do is unmute you. It's the phone number ending in 6244. And when we unmute you, please go ahead and state and spell your first and last name and share any organization that you're with, and then provide your comment.
Hi, my name is Enrique Navarro Donlin. Just work as a council assistant at the city of San Jose. I just wanted to make sure that I understood this right. So it's just comment, right? So if we just have like a quick clarifying question on the EIR, that this wouldn't be the place to ask it.
Yeah, I'm afraid we're not responding to questions today. So anything that you wish to share can be by comment, and then we can point you to some resources here so that you can have questions answered.
Oh, okay. Well, then just on that note, I just wanted to say we had a constituent who emailed our office. I'm with the Office of Councilmember Johnny Camus. A constituent emailed us asking about the alignment. Basically, I understand that the high-speed rail is going to kind of follow the Union Pacific alignment in the Monterey corridor in San Jose. So, like the intersections with Branham and Chynoweth and Skyway, they just wanted to request. That there would be some kind of a grade separation. And so I'm basically just communicating a comment on some constituents' behalf who likely represents the interests of a lot of other residents in the area who at a future point in time when this comes to fruition may exhibit some concerns about an increase in traffic or an increase in environmental concerns and safety concerns as if the rail maintains its current at-grade alignment without any kind of grade alterations at those particular existing intersections. And so that's just all I wanted to say. I'll look forward to seeing any kind of responses that may be published on that front in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Enrique. And before you go, just we didn't get if you could just repeat your first and last name and spell them, please, so that we can add that to the record, that the court reporter can put that down.
Sure. Enrique Navarro Donlin. So it's first name Enrique, ENRIQUE, kind of like Enrique Iglesias. Then Navarro -Donlin. This is a handful. Letter N is in Nick, A is in Apple, V is in Victor, A is in Apple, R is in Rabbit, O is in Octopus, -Donlin, D is in Dog, O is in Orange, N is in Nick, N is in Nick, E is in Eric, L is in Lewis, L is in Lewis again, A is in Apple, N is in Nick.
Thank you, sir. This is the court reporter, and you said that you were the Office of Counselor John, and I didn't catch the last name.
Office of Councilmember Johnny Camus.
Spell his name, please.
Enrique, I think it was just a request to spell the council member's last name.
Oh, Camus, KHAMIS.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment.
All right, take care, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. We will remove you from our queue. At this point, we do not have any hands raised in our queue. If you would like to make a comment, please click on the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen if you're signed into our webinar. If you'd like to make a comment and you're on the phone, you simply need to dial *9 once you're in the webinar, and we will know that you would like to be added to our comment queue. Our panelists may turn off their cameras when nobody is currently providing a comment, and we'll turn them back on as soon as we see that another comment is on its way.
Good evening, everybody. We are continuing our public hearing. As a reminder, I'm Boris Slipkin, Northern California Regional Director with the California High-Speed Rail Authority. And today we are accepting your verbal comments on the environmental analysis, alternatives, impacts, and mitigation measures presented in the San Jose to Merced Project Section Draft Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. Your comments will become part of the official record for the San Jose to Merced Project Section Draft Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. Responses to your comments will be provided in the final Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. I would also like to reintroduce the panel that's representing the California High-Speed Rail Authority. I'm Boris Lipkin, Northern California Regional Director. With me is Mark McLaughlin, our Director of Environmental Services, as well as Dan McKell, our NEPA Assignment Manager. And before I turn it over to Joey Goldman, who is our moderator for tonight's session and today's session, we've been going for a few hours here. I'd just like to mention a couple of additional resources that are available. Of course, the draft EIR EIS itself is on the authority's website at www.hsr.ca.gov. And then we also have an online open house that we've used throughout the public comment period, which is available throughout the time at meet, M-E-E-T, HSR NorCal, NORCAL.org. And there you can find information about the statewide program, the alternatives under study, the draft EIR EIS itself, as well as an interactive map, an address lookup to see, for example, your house or your property might be relative to the various alignment options. With that, I'll turn it over to Joey Goldman, who's our moderator for tonight's session.
Thank you, Boris. And yes, if you wish to make a verbal comment, we ask you to please join our comment queue online or by phone. Online, we have a Zoom hosted web meeting, and you can get to it by going to hsr.ca.gov and clicking on the link to this meeting. To comment by phone, you simply need to dial 669-900-9128. The webinar ID you'll be asked to enter is 822-5228-4338, and then enter the pound sign. If you would like to listen or make a comment in Spanish, Vietnamese, or Mandarin, you will see that we have the numbers for doing that on my screen here, and just simply make a phone call to the interpreter who will be able to share with you what is going on in this webinar and give you an opportunity to provide a comment. During the web meeting, if you'd like to share a comment, use the raise your hand feature, which you'll find at the bottom of your screen. That way I'll know to call on you so that you can share your comment. On the phone, pressing *9 is the same thing as raising your hand. That will put you into our queue. Once you've been in the queue and your name is called in the web meeting, you're going to need to click the prompt on your screen to allow the microphone to be unmuted. On the phone, it will be done for you, and you'll hear a message letting you know that. Then it's your turn to speak. After stating and spelling your first and last name, you will be allotted 3 minutes to provide comments. Our court reporter is on the line this evening to record those comments, and if she needs you to spell or repeat something, she may interject. I will let you know when your time is nearly up for your 3-minute comment. At the end of the comment, we ask that you please exit the online web meeting or hang up the phone. At this time, we are waiting for people to indicate that they are interested in sharing a comment with us. Again, that's clicking the raise hand button at the bottom of the screen or dialing *9 on the phone. While we wait, our panelists may opt to turn off their video cameras. Doesn't mean we're going anywhere. We'll be here waiting for your comment, and we'll turn them back on once we see your comment hand raised in the queue. Thank you. For those of you who are just joining us, we do have a live public hearing going on. If you'd like to share a comment, please click on the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen to let us know that you would like to provide a comment. If you are calling in by phone and you would like to provide a comment, the way to let us know that is by dialing *9, and then we know that you are in the queue and we will be happy to call on you. At this point, we do not have anyone in our queue, and so we are waiting for somebody to indicate that they would like to provide a comment. Thank you. Our public hearing is still ongoing. We are currently without any commenters in our comment queue. We will be taking a break at 7:00 p.m. That's just about 9 minutes from now. If you are interested in sharing a comment, please click on raise hand, which you'll find at the bottom of your screen if you are signed in to our Zoom webinar for this online public hearing. If you're on the phone, please dial *9, and that's the way we'll know that you have a comment that you want to share with us. Good evening. You are tuned in to our live online public hearing. We are going to be going to a break in just 1 minute. This means that we will not be giving you an opportunity to provide your comments for the next 10 minutes. We will reconvene at 7:10 p.m. During this time, you are welcome to raise your hand by clicking the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen or pressing *9 if you have called in by phone, and we will get to your comments as soon as the break is over. Please join us again at 7:10 p.m. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. We are reconvening this public hearing. I'm Boris Slipkin, Northern California Regional Director with the California High-Speed Rail Authority. As a reminder, today we are accepting your verbal comments on the environmental analysis, alternatives, impacts, and mitigation measures presented in the San Jose to Merced Project Section Draft Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. Your comments will become part of the official record for the San Jose to Merced Project Section Draft Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. Responses to your comments will be provided in the final Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. I would like to reintroduce the panel that's representing the California High-Speed Rail Authority. My name is Boris Slipkin. With me is Mark McLaughlin, our Director of Environmental Services, as well as Dan McKell, our NEPA Assignment Manager. With that, I'll turn it back over to Joey Goldman, who's the moderator for tonight's hearing.
Thank you, Boris. We are entering our final hour of our public hearing tonight. I'm Joey Goldman with Kearns & West. I want to remind you that we are accepting verbal comments. If you prefer to put your comments in writing, please visit the authority's website, hsr.ca.gov, for a comment form, as well as information on how you may submit comments by email or mail. You can also see that information on your screen here. If you wish to make a verbal comment, please join our comment queue online or by phone. Online, you'll see we have a Zoom-hosted web meeting, and you can follow the link and participate as a commenter. If you'd like to comment by phone, please dial 669-900-9128. The webinar ID to enter is 822-5228. 4338, and then press the pound sign. If you would like to either listen or make a comment in Spanish, Vietnamese, or Mandarin, please call the interpreter lines that you'll see on your screen now. To make a comment via the web meeting, use the raise your hand feature. You'll see that at the bottom of your screen. That way I'll know you have a comment and can call on you. If you're calling in by phone, pressing *9 is the same thing as raising your hand, and that will put you into our comment queue. Once you're in the comment queue and your name is called, in the web meeting, you'll need to click the prompt on your screen to allow your microphone to be unmuted. On the phone, excuse me, on the phone, you'll hear a message that you are being unmuted, nothing that you need to do. When it's your turn to speak, after stating and spelling your first and last name, you'll have a chance to go for 3 minutes in providing your comments. Our court reporter is on the line to record those comments. If she needs you to spell or repeat something, she may interject during your comment. I will notify you when your time is nearly up. At the end of your comment, please exit the online web meeting or hang up the phone. You will hear us repeat these instructions a couple more times for those who are just joining us before the 8 o'clock hour. And at 8 o'clock, the meeting will conclude. For now, we ask you to please, again, raise your hand at the bottom of your screen to indicate you would like to provide a comment, or if you've dialed in by phone, press *9 so that we are aware that you would like to provide a verbal comment. At this time, we do not have any commenters who've identified that they would like to make a comment in our queue. What we will do is we will stay here. Our panelists may turn off their screen, and as soon as we get an indication that you would like to make a comment, we will be reconvening here. Screens will come back on, and we will take your comment at that time. I'd like to ask our panelists to please return. We do have a comment that we'd like to give an opportunity for this person to speak. Thank you. I'd like to give an opportunity to the person dialing in from telephone number ending in 6599 to share your comment. You will be unmuted. If you would please state and spell your first and last name and let us know of any organization that you are with, and then you have 3 minutes to share your comment.
First, can you hear me okay?
We can hear you clearly, thank you.
Wonderful. My name is David Dearborn, D-E-A-R-B-O-R-N. BORN. I am not affiliated with any particular organization, but have followed this for 10 years.
Thank you.
When does the clock start?
It goes whenever you're ready to start your comment.
I'm ready.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Lipkin and staff. Your background, skills, and dedication to success of high-speed rail in California are to be applauded. 3 questions, if I may. 1, how many of the property owners, residents, and stakeholders within 100 feet of option 4 alignment have been fully informed of the possible impacts, process, and timeline upon them? 2, how many of the property owners, residents, and stakeholders within 300 feet of option 4 alignment have been fully informed of the possible alignments, of the possible impacts, process, and timeline upon them? And last, number 3, how many of these owners, residents, and stakeholders within 300 feet of option 4 alignment have the language, the technology, skills, and competence and comfort with it to use this technology to respond to your webinar of today, May 27, 2020. Thank you. Appreciate this open air event. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing your comment with us. As you and others who are joining us are aware, we're not responding to questions today, but there will be responses to all comments that are included in the final environmental impact report, environmental impact statement. We are going to take you out of our queue and invite others who wish to provide a comment to click on raise hand at the bottom of your Zoom webinar screen, or if you're on the phone, to press *9 so that we are aware that you would like to provide a comment. At this time, we're not seeing that there are any hands raised. So our panelists may opt to turn off their video screens and we'll rejoin. You will see us all again as soon as we see a comment hand go up in our queue. For those of you just joining us, we are in the process of having our public hearing this evening for the San Jose to Merced Project Section for high-speed rail. We are accepting comments. If you'd like to make a verbal comment, please click on the raise hand link at the bottom of your screen so we'll know that you are interested in sharing a comment. If you have dialed in by phone, we ask that you press *9 on your phone, and that will also add you to the queue. Once we have individuals in our queue, we will begin calling on them to provide their comments. At this point, there are no callers in our queue, so we are waiting until there are callers, and then we will have our panelists turn their monitors back on to take your comments. Thank you.
Good evening. We are continuing our public hearing. I am Boris Lipkin, Northern California Regional Director with the California High-Speed Rail Authority. As a reminder, today we are accepting your verbal comments on the environmental analysis, alternatives, impacts, and mitigation measures presented in the San Jose to Merced Project Section Draft Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. Your comments will become part of the official record for the San Jose to Merced Project Section Draft Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. Responses to your comments will be provided in the final Environmental Impact Report and Environmental Impact Statement. I would like to one last time reintroduce the panel representing the California High-Speed Rail Authority. I'm Boris Lipkin, Northern California Regional Director. With me is Mark McLaughlin, Director of Environmental Services, and Dan McKell, our NEPA Assignment Manager. And before I turn it back over to Joey Goldman, just a couple of additional reminders. One, the draft environmental impact report and environmental impact statement is, of course, available on the authority's website at www.hsr.ca.gov. And we have also launched an online open house webpage that will be up during the comment period, which is available at Meet HSR, that's MEETHSR, NorCal, NORCAL.org. That's meethsrnorcal.org. And there you can find information about the statewide system, the alternatives in this project section, the draft EIR EIS itself, as well as a interactive address lookup and online map tool to look at the various alternatives and their locations. With that, I'm going to turn it back over to Joey Goldman, who's our moderator for the rest of this hearing.
Thanks, Boris. We have 23 minutes left in our public hearing this evening. I want to give you a quick overview of what we are doing. If you would like to provide a verbal comment, please join our comment queue online or by phone. Online, you need to join our Zoom hosted web meeting in order to provide a comment. Once you do that, you can follow the link and participate as a commenter. You can join it by going to hsr.ca.gov. If you'd like to join by phone, you can comment by dialing 669-900-9128. You'll need to enter webinar ID, which is 822-5228-4338. If you would like to listen to this public hearing or make a comment in Spanish, Vietnamese, or Mandarin, we have some interpreter lines available. Please call the number on your screen and you will reach somebody who can interpret your comment and the comments that are being made. To make a comment via the public meeting, please use the raise your hand feature at the bottom of your screen. That way we'll know that you'd like to provide a comment and we'll call on you. If you're on the phone, *9 is the same thing as raising your hand, and that will put you into our comment queue. Once you've been in the queue and your name is called, in the web meeting, you'll need to click on your screen to allow your microphone to be unmuted. On the phone, you'll hear a message that you are being unmuted. And then when it's your turn to speak, please state your first and last name and spell it, and you'll have 3 minutes at that point to provide your comments. Our court reporter remains on the line to record those comments. If there's something that's difficult for her to understand, she may ask you to spell or repeat it. I'll notify you when your 3 minutes is nearly up, and at the end of your comment, we ask that you please exit the online web meeting or hang up the phone. At this point, we have no individuals in our comment queue. If you would like to make a comment, as I stated a moment ago, please press *9 on your phone or raise your hand by clicking on that icon at the bottom of your webinar screen, and we will be happy to call on you so you can provide your comment. We currently have no requests to provide a comment. Our panelists may opt to turn off their video screens while we wait for individuals who would like to provide a comment. We will still be here and we will turn them back on once we see a hand go up. Good evening. We have 15 minutes remaining in our public hearing. If you are interested in providing a comment this evening, verbal comments are being accepted during this public hearing. You may click the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen so that we know that you are interested in providing a comment. If you are choosing to dial in by phone, you may press *9 on your phone, so we will know that you have interest in providing a comment as well. There are also opportunities to provide written comment, as you can see on the screen. At this time, we have no commenters in our queue. We will be concluding our public hearing at 8:00 p.m. So if you are interested in providing a comment, please do click on the link at the bottom of your screen to raise your hand or dial *9. Thank you. Good evening. We have 10 minutes remaining for our public hearing this evening. If you would like to provide a verbal comment, please click on the raise hand button at the bottom of your Zoom webinar screen. If you are dialing in by phone, please press *9. Either way will indicate to us that you are interested in providing a verbal comment. Our hearing will conclude rather, at 8:00 p.m. Our public hearing is about to conclude. Before we do, we still have time for any final comments. If you would like to provide a verbal comment, then please raise your hand. You may do so by clicking on the raise hand button on the bottom of your screen if you're signed into our webinar. If you're on the phone, press *9, and that will let us know that you would like to provide a comment. That concludes our public hearing for the San Jose to Merced Draft Environmental Impact Report, Environmental Impact Statement. Thank you again for participating online or by phone. The hearing is officially closed. Have a good evening.